Hello and welcome to a fourth Overpowered Run for Digimon World. Year 4, Day 13. I have Piximon as my Digimon. I've reloaded the same save file that I used for my third Overpowered Run for this game. Age is 15, weight is 1, happiness and discipline are both in the positive, virus gorge is 1 away from being full, HP and MP slightly over 2000, defense 400, brains 500, speed 500, more significantly attack 999. I've got bug equipped, but there are other techniques that have been learnt as well that Piximon is capable of using, all of the earth techniques plus 4 air techniques. Tamer Level is at the maximum, had 7 raised Digimon, don't have any money, key items or medals, been playing for almost 6 hours. I've had Agumon, who I started off with, Meramon, Yuramon, Tanemon, Palmon, Vegiemon, Piximon, no medals, no cards. The only items in my inventory were 99 meats plus the basic items that I was given by Tokamon. As things stand, I haven't left File City or recruited any Digimon. So the first battle is going to be up against the Agumon in the native forest. Here we go. So this is my 4th Overpowered Run for Digimon World. For the first one I used Piximon for most of it. For the second one I used Megadramon for most of it. For the third one I used Etamon for the most of it. And here we are with a 4th Overpowered Run. Once again I'll be doing the initial bits with Piximon with maxed attack, and then I will be doing more grinding where I will do the rest of the Overpowered Run with a different Digimon and with all of my stats being at the maximum. That was the case with the previous 3 Overpowered Runs, and for the second Overpowered Run I reloaded the same save file that I used for my first Overpowered Run, and in this Overpowered Run I've reloaded the same file that I used for my third Overpowered Run. But once I make it up to the grinding, I will be digivolving to a different Digimon and using a different Digimon for the rest of the run, and be using different techniques as well. Palmon is the next Digimon that I'm planning on fighting, but I am also looking out for Digimushrooms and Happy Mushrooms. That's why you see me sort of roaming around a bit instead of going straight to Palmon, but here we are for the battle against Palmon. So with Palmon taken care of, the next priority is to speak to Colamon. He's not available at the moment because he doesn't show up until later on. So we've got a bit of time to pass between now and then, but that will give us the opportunity to return to the city, put some items into the item bank, and pass the time by training and resting, and also looking out for Digimushrooms and Happy Mushrooms. Like with the other Overpowered runs, I will be making it up to 100 prosperity points. I won't just be defeating Machinedramon, I'll be making it up to 100 prosperity points, so I have to recruit every Digimon. To recruit Vegiemon, you have to trade all 3 items with all 3 of the Vegiemons in Friesland, so you have to trade 9 different items in total. One of them is a Happy Mushroom, that's why I am looking out for Happy Mushrooms, hoping to find one so that I can use it for a trade with Vegiemon, which will go towards recruiting Vegiemon. And I'm looking out for Digimushrooms as well, because Digimushrooms are another item that you can trade with the Vegiemons. And not only that, but if you do trade Digimushrooms with the Vegiemons, then you get a medium HP in return, which is a very good trade, because medium HPs cost 500 bits. They recover 1500 HP, and there's a different Vegiemon who wants medium HPs, and if you trade the medium HPs with him, then that's another trade done. Not only that, but if you trade medium HPs, then you get given super defense discs in return, which can be sold for 2000 bits. So every Digimushroom that you find can be traded for a medium HP and then a super defense disc, meaning that each Digimushroom effectively has the value of 2000 bits, which makes collecting them all the more worthwhile. And just coming up in a few moments, I do pause the game, and that's just because my TV screen was having a lot of problems, so I paused just to fiddle with the cables and wires, and then my TV screen was okay afterwards. I don't think the capturing screen was affected, but when I was playing, I was obviously looking at my TV screen, but the quality was playing up really badly, so I had to have a fiddle with the cables, and then the quality was okay afterwards. Like with the previous Overpowered runs, this commentary that you're listening to is post-commentary. I did all of the recording first, recorded the whole of this run, and I'm now watching it back while adding commentary to it. At the item bank, I put in everything apart from my meats and my small recoveries. That's because when I do speak to Colamon and make it across to the tropical jungle, I will then be heading to the Amida Forest, and I want to have meat on me so that I can feed Piximon when he wants to eat, and also there's a high probability that the small HP recoveries will come in handy in the emitter forest, because I'm not just going to be making it through the emitter forest and recruiting Centaurumon. I'm also going to be looting the emitter forest for various items, and chances are I'm going to have to go through the emitter forest a lot of times before getting the items that I'm after. I'm after a mouldy meat, high speed disc, and happy mushroom if I don't find one beforehand. So in the emitter forest, instead of making it to the end and recruiting Centaurumon, I'm going to be going through the forest, looking out for the items that I'm after, and if I make it to the end without obtaining the items that I'm after, then I will have to deliberately go to one of the incorrect exits at the emitter forest, which sends me back to the start of the emitter forest, and keep going through like that until I eventually get all 3 of the items that I'm after, and I can then go through the emitter forest properly and recruit Centaurumon. I'm bound to get shot a fair bit, so the small recoveries are going to come in handy so that I can heal myself. There's probably going to be other items lying around as well, which I'm going to collect, including small HP floppies. So with luck, there won't be any issue of us running out of small HP recoveries. But we are now more or less at the point where Colamon shows up, so I am heading to the Cola point, but also looking out for Digimushrooms and Happy Mushrooms as well. If I was to find a Happy Mushroom, then that would save me the trouble of having to find it at the emitter forest, and then it would leave me only requiring the mouldy meat and the high speed disc. But the chances of me stumbling upon a Happy Mushroom are not likely. I obviously looked out for it nonetheless, and I did find a lot of Digimushrooms, but the odds on me finding a Happy Mushroom were not in my favour, and I was aware of that when I was searching. But Colamon has now showed up. And we can now make it across to the tropical jungle. Piximon does now want to sleep, but I'm afraid that I make a bad tamer of myself by not allowing Piximon to sleep. Reason being, there was a lot of stuff that needed to be done, and not a great deal of time to do what needed to be done. And so, instead of letting Piximon sleep and losing lots of hours, I unfortunately had to keep him awake so that I would get as much time as I could possibly get to try and enable me to have enough time to do what needs to be done. Because even though I'm only using Piximon for initial bits, there is a lot of stuff that does need to be done, considering the amount of time that we've got. So that's why I don't allow Piximon to sleep. But we enter the emitter forest, and I take the left path, then take every turn in that's available to me, keep an eye out for items. Okay, I didn't find any of the items that I was after, so I carried on and deliberately picked the incorrect exit so that I got sent back to the start. And the clock was about to strike a new hour, and since Piximon wanted to sleep, his happiness and discipline would have gone down when reaching the next hour. There is a mouldy meat here and a high speed disc, so that just leaves us wanting a happy mushroom. And I do now speed it up, but I do slow down, well, return to normal speed on the important bits, such as me finding items. So the happiness and discipline would have gone down when the clock struck a new hour, because Piximon wanted to sleep and I didn't let him sleep. But by praising him, it produced an animation, and the clock struck the next hour during that animation, and because of that I didn't lose the happiness and discipline that you would normally lose when the clock strikes a new hour and you don't allow your Digimon to sleep when it wants it to. Instead, I get the effects from praising, so my happiness goes up, discipline goes down, but that's better than having both happiness and discipline going down, which is what would have happened if I didn't praise Piximon and produce the animation. And that time I had to get shot, and I have to get shot here as well. And then we go back to the start, but then I can give Piximon a small HP recovery so that we can go through the emitter forest again, because you have to recover your HP. Once your HP falls to 1, which it did in my case, your character doesn't allow you to go through the emitter forest again, so you have to give your Digimon, you have to refill your Digimon's HP in order to be able to go back through the emitter forest. With the route that I'm using, the exit on the left is easy to get to without any hassle, and when I don't want to recruit Centarumon, that's the exit. The exit on the left, I want that to not be the correct exit when I'm not ready to recruit Centarumon. I'm just taking Piximon to the toilet, but then I return to the emitter forest afterwards. Yeah, the exit on the left is very easy to get to. With the tactics that I use, it's very easy to get to the exit on the left without getting shot. So when I don't want to recruit Centarumon, I want the exit on the left to be an incorrect exit, so I can go straight to it and then return to the beginning of the Emitter Forest and then re-explore. And I did pause there for a few moments because I was debating whether or not to drop an item so that I could pick up the orange banana, but I chose not to obtain the orange banana and leave the rest of my items as they were. Until I find a happy mushroom, I don't want to recruit Centaurumon, so I don't want to make it to the correct exit. So I want the exit on the left to be an incorrect exit. When it's not an incorrect exit, I'm then forced to pick one of the two other doors, which does require me to get shot. From the damage that I take when my HP falls to 1, I get sent back to the beginning, and I then have to heal in order to be able to go back through the Emitter Forest. But we are now back, and I now resume the search for a happy mushroom. There are, as you can see, there are other items that I'm collecting which are not a happy mushroom or moldy meat or high speed disc, but I choose to collect them nonetheless because they can still come in handy, and they can also be sold. The other items that I'm collecting do still have a use, even though they're not any of the items that I specifically mentioned. And since my happiness reached the maximum, instead of praising Piximon to produce an animation, the most recent time there I chose to scold instead, because my happiness couldn't go up anymore, so I thought it made sense to scold, boost my discipline instead. Happiness would go down a bit, but then I could go back to praising Piximon to produce the next animation, which I'm doing here. And we're only a few hours away from the time that Piximon wakes up at. It's unfortunate that I had such rotten luck with finding a happy mushroom. I will tell you now that it did take a very long time to find a happy mushroom, a lot longer than how long it took in any of the previous 3 Overpowered runs. So I just want to give you a heads up that we do continue in the Emitter Forest for a long time before a happy mushroom eventually shows up. And when I do collect a happy mushroom, I then want to successfully make it to the end and recruit a Centaurumon. So once I do have a happy mushroom, I would want the exit on the left to be the correct one so that I can go straight to it without having to get shot. And after we recruit Centaurumon, the plan then is to return to the city and speak to Yuramon, who tells us about the invisible bridge in the Great Canyon, so that we can then proceed to the Great Canyon and then Friesland. There are some other things that have to be done in the city as well. Speaking to Yuramon is probably the most significant, because it can only be done during daytime, because Yuramon isn't present during the nighttime. So speaking to Yuramon is something that can only be done at a set time. It is a fair few hours before Yuramon will appear in the city, because it's a fair few hours before daytime. But we have now made it to the point that Piximon would have woken up at, and we do finally find a happy mushroom. And I have to make room for it in my inventory. And I have to decide what is the least valuable out of the items that I've got. I decide that the HP recoveries are the least valuable, but instead of simply discarding them, I choose to give them to Piximon instead, so I'm being less wasteful. I can then obtain the happy mushroom, and since the correct exit is in the middle, I will have to get shot in order to be able to make it up to the correct exit. Yeah, that's how long it took to eventually find a happy mushroom, because we had already made it up to the point that Piximon would have woken up at if we had allowed him to sleep. And that's how long it took for a happy mushroom to turn up. It took until after the time that Piximon would have woken up at. I've got no interest in the Dino region just yet, so from here I want to backtrack to the city, but I also want to recruit Palmon as well. Then I can go back to the city. I can speak to Centaurimon at the clinic so that Unimon will show up in Mount Panorama. In order for Unimon to show up, you have to recruit Centaurimon and you have to speak to him at his clinic as well. So I need to speak to Centaurimon when I return to the city. I also want to go to the item shop that will be opened up by Palmon and Betamon, sell items that I don't need. Items that are in my inventory that I don't need can be sold. Items that are in the item bank that I don't need can be sold. Items that I do need can remain in my inventory. Items that I will need later but don't currently need can go in the item bank. I'll need to speak to Yuramon as well, but I'm probably going to have to pass a bit of time in order for him to show up. So that will require me to either train or rest. Because by the time we make it back to the city, it will probably be too early for Yuramon. In order for Yuramon to mention about the invisible bridge, you have to have a minimum of 6 prosperity points. I've recruited Agumon, Palmon, Betamon, Palmon and Centaurimon, which will come to the total of 7 prosperity points. 1 point for recruiting rookies, 2 points for recruiting champions, 3 points for recruiting ultimates, and 1 point for recruiting filth Digimon, even though they are champions. The 3 filth Digimon, Numamon, Sukamon and Nanemon, even though they're champions, they each only get you 1 prosperity point, since they're filth Digimon, and filth Digimon aren't considered to be very good. All the other champion Digimon get you 2 points. So, defense discs can be sold, Omni discs can be sold, Mouldy meat, don't need 9 of them, High speed disc, don't need 5 of them. Now I will pop to the item bank, because there are some things in the item bank that I plan to sell. So out of the stuff in my inventory, I put in everything apart from the stuff that I plan on selling. So everything goes into my inventory, and then I take out what I plan to sell, but leave in everything else. I take just 1 bandage out, because I want to reserve one of the bandages for the Yuramon in Mount Panorama. I want to give 1 bandage to him to aid him so that he can then join the city, but the other bandage is not of use to me, so that's why I took one out to sell and reserved the other for later on. And I buy medium HPs because my intention is to trade them for super defense discs with the Vegiemon in Friesland, and I can then sell the super defense discs and make a substantial profit. 20 medium HPs I bought, trade them for 20 super defense discs, sell them for 40,000 bits. Now I take out the stuff that I want initially. So medium HPs, medium MPs can stay in the item bank, bandage I want, high speed disc I want, autopilots I want, meats I want, Digi mushrooms, happy mushroom. The rest can stay in the item bank for the time being. Yuramon hasn't shown up yet, so we can't speak to him just yet, but we still need to speak to Tanemon, and we can pass a bit of time by resting as well. Since we didn't let Piximon sleep, tiredness is probably going to be a bit of a problem. So we can see to that, and we can recover our HP and MP by a bit as well. And it's now almost time for Yuramon to show up. We just need the clock to strike the next hour, which is only a few minutes away. Okay, Yuramon will now be available to speak to. So from here I want to go back to the tropical jungle through to Overdell. I want to recruit Barkamon, go through to the Great Canyon. There's a defense chip that needs to be obtained. I want to go to Friesland, attempt to recruit Penguinmon, do all of the trading that I'm currently able to do with the items that I've got in my inventory, and then from there I want to go to the Misty Trees. And I've explained in the previous 3 overpowered runs how I managed to make it up to the position that I was in when starting the overpowered run, you know, having Piximon and Bug and 999 attack without even leaving File City. It's best to explain in this overpowered run as well. I started a new game. I started with Agumon. I digivolved to Meramon. I made sure my Tamer level went up when I digivolved to Meramon. I waited for Meramon to fade away. I started with... I chose the pink egg after he faded away. So I started with Yuramon, who digivolved to Tanemon, then Palmon, then Vegiemon. I made sure my Tamer level went up when digivolving to Vegiemon. I wanted to digivolve to Piximon, but wasn't able to get good enough stats. So Vegiemon faded away. I chose the pink egg again. So I started afresh with a new Yuramon, digivolved through to Vegiemon, made sure my Tamer level went up. I made sure my Tamer level went up every time I digivolved to a Champion Digimon, which was Vegiemon in most cases, Meramon being the exception. The reason why I was keen for my Tamer level to go up is because when your Digimon fades away, the stats that your Digimon has when it fades away, a percentage of those stats gets passed through to your next Digimon, the higher your Tamer level is, the better the stat percentage is. Having a higher Tamer level means starting off with a higher percentage of stats. Also, when I had Yuramon and Tanemon, I made sure that I trained on each individual piece of equipment at the gym at least 10 times. So the boulder that you have to push in order to boost your HP, I trained on that at least 10 times. The water fountain that you have to go in order to boost your MP, I trained on that at least 10 times. I trained on all the other pieces of equipment at least 10 times. The reason why I did that is because when you train, you obviously get a stat boost. And if you train on the same piece of equipment 10 times with a baby Digimon or in training Digimon, then it results in the stat boost being increased. You can only boost the stat increase once for each piece of equipment. So you can only increase your HP boost once. You can only increase your MP boost once. You can only increase your speed boost once, etc. So the boost is something that can only be done once, but it is permanent. So you get a better stat boost from training. That, combined with the higher Tamer level, eventually resulted in me being able to get good enough stats in order to Digivolve to Piximon. And when I had Piximon, I learnt all of the earth techniques as well as all of the air techniques that Piximon is able to learn, and I did that by training brains. And it's something that took more than one life cycle, but eventually I learnt all of the techniques that I was able to learn with Piximon, the most significant one being Bug. And once I learnt all the techniques, I then faded away, started afresh with a new Yuramon, Digivolved through to Piximon, and that pretty much brings us up to where we are now. And I was very lucky to find an ice mushroom. When I, like all that grinding that I mentioned, when I saved, before battling Agumon, that save file was backed up, and the save file that I loaded before battling Agumon, the save file that I loaded at the beginning of this Overpowered Run, I loaded that same file when doing the third Overpowered Run for this game. But even though I loaded the same save file, the rest of the run is going to be very different. And I'm not in a position where I'm able to start the game and get all of my stats up to the maximum. That just isn't possible. It can be done a bit later on, but there are some initial requirements that have to be fulfilled, so that's why I've started the game with Piximon, with Bug, with only my attack at the maximum, but I'm currently doing a few initial things so that I get myself into a position where I can maximize all of my stats and carry on with the game, so that I will then be able to do the rest of the Overpowered Run where all of my stats are at the maximum. So really at the moment I'm just working towards getting myself into a position where I will be able to maximize all of my stats. It's just not possible at the moment. And that was the case with all 3 of my previous Overpowered runs, where I start the game with Piximon, I have Bug, my attack is at the maximum but nothing else is, and I do some initial stuff where I'm then able to get all of my stats to the maximum, and I then do grinding, and I carry on recording once all of my stats are at the maximum. In the first Overpowered run, I kept Piximon as my Digimon. In the second and third Overpowered run, I allowed Piximon to fade away so that during the grinding I could Digivolve to a different Digimon, and that's going to be the case in this Overpowered run as well. And I said that I made sure my Tamer level went up every time. When you Digivolve to a Champion Digimon, I think there's about a 50% chance of your Tamer level going up if it's a natural Digivolution, so not like Numamon or Sukamon or Nanemon, and not a Digivolution that came as a result of a Digivolution item. You know, a natural Digivolution, so Agumon Digivolve into Meramon, Palmon Digivolve into Vegiemon, those are natural Digivolutions. If my Tamer level went up, then I carried on. If my Tamer level didn't go up, then I reloaded from the most recent save file, Digivolved again. If my Tamer level went up, then I carried on. If it didn't go up, then I reloaded again. And then when I made it up to the hour before that my Digimon Digivolves, I then decided to change something by either praising or scolding my Digimon, because with this game, if you keep reloading and keep repeating yourself exactly, then I think that the outcomes remain the same, and to produce a different outcome you have to change something, you have to do something different. So by praising my Digimon the hour before the Digivolution was set to take place, I was, doing something different and hoping to produce a different outcome. If my Tamer level did go up when Digivolving, then I would carry on. If not, then I would reload again and then have to do something different. So I might praise my Digimon, like the first time I might praise my Digimon the hour before Digivolving. The next time, if it didn't work, then the next time I might scold my Digimon once on the hour before Digivolving. If that didn't work again, then when I reload, I would then maybe praise my Digimon twice or scold it twice, and eventually, my Tamer level would go up every time when Digivolving. And when I did the brain training to learn techniques, when your brains is under 100, the only command that you have is the auto command. Get your brains up to 100, you learn the attack command. 200, you learn the moderate command. 300, you learn the distance and change target command. 400, you learn the defensive command. And then 500, you learn the enable technique command. And also, when you train your brains, when your brain stat reaches a multiple of 50, which isn't a multiple of 100, it's possible for you to learn a new technique. I think it starts at 150, so you can learn a new technique when your brains reaches 150, and then you can also learn a new technique when your brains reaches 250, 350, 450, 550, and off the top of my head I'm not entirely sure how it goes after that. It might remain as every multiple of 50 which isn't a multiple of 100, so 650, 750, 850, 950, or it might be every multiple of 100 as well, so 550, 600, 650, 700, 750, 800, etc. Or it might simply be every multiple of 100, 600, 700, 800, 900. Off the top of my head, I'm not entirely sure, but I did what I call butterfly brain training. If your happiness and discipline are in the minimum, or if they're both very low, then your Digimon can get what's called the butterfly, which causes your happiness to go back up, but also causes your stats to go down. And if you were to train your brains and get your brains up to, say, 350, then when your brains makes it up to 350, you could learn a technique, but you would have to then get your brains up to 450 before there's the opportunity to learn another technique. Well, before there's another opportunity to learn a technique. However, if you repeatedly praise and scold your Digimon so that your happiness and discipline are very low, then you can get the butterfly, which will cause your stats to go down, so cause your brains to go back down to under 350. Then you can train your brains, get it back up to 350, and then you've got another opportunity to learn a technique, then have the butterfly to bring it back down to under 350, then train your brains again, and you can keep going like that. And it's a much faster way to learn techniques. You're able to get a lot more opportunities to learn techniques, and that's what I did with the when training my brains to learn techniques. That's what I did. I did what I call the butterfly brain training. So I've made it up to the Gecko Swamp. From here I want to go to Gear Savannah. Trash Mountain has the old rod, which I want, and you can also recruit Sukamon as well in Gear Savannah. So I want to go to Trash Mountain to obtain the old rod and recruit Sukamon. I want to proceed through the Gear Savannah and recruit Vegiemon and Elecmon, but I don't want to recruit Elecmon straight away. I want to recruit him a bit later, but Vegiemon I want to recruit straight away. And I want to go to the secret shop in the Gear Savannah. I can sell the super defense discs that I've got, as well as other items that I don't need, and I can then go to the card shop and purchase cards so that I get the value of 300 merit points. I then want to return to the Gecko Swamp and defeat Tanemon, so that I then have so that I'll then be given access to the Volume Villa, where I can give Shogun Geckomon my Digimon cards, get 300 merit points, and then get the Amazing Rod. The Amazing Rod has a very crucial role to play in enabling me to maximize all of my stats and keep my Digimon alive so that I'm able to get my stats up to the maximum, as well as doing any other requirement that needs to be done. So we're successful with recruiting Vegiemon, and fortunately it only took one attempt. From here we go to the secret shop. We pass through a Lepmon, but I don't aim to recruit him just yet. Piximon needs to sleep again, and once again we have to keep Piximon awake against his will, because time is very much against us. There's stuff that needs to be done, and I aim to get it all done in this lifespan, so before Piximon fades away. I do plan for Piximon to fade away ahead of the next lot of grinding, so that I can Digivolve to the next Digimon that I aim to Digivolve to. But there are initial things that need to be done, and I would like to try and do it within this lifespan. So time is very much against us, and to save time, I don't allow Piximon to sleep. Because that way we end up with more time. And so card shop, I need the value of 300 merit points. 30, 40, 50, 60. Now I buy packs of 3. Okay, so 30 points. 60, 90, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 70, 80, 90, 200, 10, 20, 30, 40, 45, 55, 65, 75, 90, 95, 300. So everything underneath Tanemon can be sold. Yeah, when I like buy the packs of 3, I do count like the merit points, but instead of stopping at 300, you know, rather than stop at 300 exactly, where some of those cards are going to be cards that are only worth 1 point, I sort of carry on so that I get more cards that are worth more points, so like 5 points, 10 points, 30 points, whatever, and I sort of keep going until I'm able to get 300 merit points without needing any of the rubbish cards. So, you know, without needing any of the cards that are only worth 1 merit point. It will take a lot of time to go through them, so I would rather just get the points from higher valued cards. So I sort of keep going until I'm reasonably confident that I will be able to get 300 merit points without needing to use any of the rubbish cards. Sukamon, Numamon, Tanemon, Vegiemon, they're only worth 1 point each. When I do get the amazing rod, well, I need to battle Otamamon first, so I need to get Otamamon to show up before worrying about what happens afterwards. It's random whether or not he shows up, so it's just a case of entering and hoping, and if no joy, then leave and re-enter and keep going until he shows up, which he has now. So now we battle him and we'll be given access to the volume villa after we defeat him. This is also a requirement for us to be able to access Toy Town, which is where we recruit Muncimon, and it's also one of the locations that Tanemon shows up at, so you also need to go to Toy Town in order to be able to recruit Tanemon. But as well as that, this gives us the opportunity to use our Digimon cards to get merit points, and then use those merit points to purchase items, the amazing rod being the most valuable as far as I'm concerned. So we've got the amazing rod. I now want to go back to the Gear Savannah and go to the Mount Panorama, and I also intend on recruiting a Lepmon as well. The reason why I didn't recruit him straight away is because after you recruit a Lepmon, random Digimon roam in the area that a Lepmon was in, so if I had recruited him the first time, then when going back through the area that he was in, there would have been random Digimon who I would have to have avoided, but it was easier to just not recruit him straight away until the last time that I need to pass through that area, then recruit him, then leave, and I don't have to worry about the random... Okay, that's annoying, I got into a battle. I don't have to worry about the random Digimon that roam around in the area where you recruit Meramon, because I wouldn't need to go back through that area, because recruiting Meramon is something that was left until last. Avoiding Digimon is something that I'm very bad at, as demonstrated here. But from Mount Panorama we can recruit Yuramon, we can take the first step towards recruiting Vegiemon, we can collect the items that are there. One of them is a medium HP, which is why I only purchased 98 medium HPs from the secret item shop in the Gear Savannah instead of 99. Buy 98 and then the medium HP in Mount Panorama will bring it up to 99. And from Mount Panorama go back through to the native forest, which will result in the boulders being cleared. The boulders that are currently separating the native forest from Mount Panorama, they will be cleared, and I will then have direct access from the native forest to Mount Panorama, should I need to go there in the future, which I most certainly will do. With the Amazing Rod, there are also well, I mean, when I do go back to the native forest, with the fishing rod that we've got, which in this case is the Amazing Rod, there are 2 fish that need to be caught, because there are 2 fish which are needed for Vegiemon trades. So there are 2 fish that need to be caught. And you don't need the Amazing Rod in order to be able to catch both of them. It is possible with the old rod, but it's a lot easier with the Amazing Rod. But what makes the Amazing Rod really significant is that we can use it to catch black trouts, use meat to catch black trouts, then we can use black trouts to catch Digi-Sea Basses, and Digi-Sea Basses prolong your Digimon's lifespan, and if you keep feeding Digi-Sea Basses to your Digimon, then you'll be able to keep prolonging its lifespan, and you'll be able to keep it alive for as long as you're feeding it Digi-Sea Basses. And that's very crucial for the grinding, because when I Digivolve to the when I do the grinding and I Digivolve to the next Digimon that I aim to Digivolve to, I will want to train at the gym until all of my stats are at the maximum. It's not possible to do that within a Digimon's lifespan, but by giving our Digimon Digi-Sea Basses, which we will be catching with the Amazing Rod, we will be able to... Okay, I am really bad at avoiding Digimon. We'll be able to prolong the Digimon's lifespan and keep it alive, so that we are able to get all of our stats to the maximum, and then we can when we're finished with the grinding, we can then do the rest of the Overpowered Run, where I'll have a different Digimon. I'll have maximum stats, and I'll have to keep it alive with Digi-Seabasses. That's why Digi-Seabasses are really significant. They enable me to prolong my Digimon's lifespan. And I was worried about the risk of Piximon messing on the floor. After all, we're only one mistake away from Sukamon. But I make it through to the native forest so that the boulders have been cleared. Then autopilot back to the city and go straight to the toilet. Spiny Green can go in the item bank and scan the medium MP defense chip ice mushroom. Leave everything else in for the time being. Various can be sold. As things stand, we've recruited Agumon, Palmon, Betamon, Colamon, Centaurumon, Barkamon, Penguinmon, Sukamon, Biomon, Elecmon, Unimon. That's 15 prosperity points. I would also like to recruit Vegiemon before Piximon fades away, if I'm able to, and that's the only other Digimon that I aim to recruit until after the grinding is done. So 17 prosperity points is what we will make it up to. Tomorrow is day 15, which is the day that the rain plant shows up on. And we can collect the rain plant so that we can use it to water the plant in the tropical jungle, resulting in Vegiemon being born and joining the city. The only other thing is we do also have to speak to Tanemon, who mentions about the plant that's growing in the tropical jungle, and at the moment, if we try talking to her, then it will just say that she's sleeping, and we have to wait until she is active before we can have her tell us about the plant in the tropical jungle. And so that's something that's not going to be an option until daytime tomorrow. But we've caught the 2 fish that are needed. From here, I plan to go back to Friesland, trade the fish that I caught, also trade trade all of the medium HPs that I've got in exchange for 99 super defense discs, and sell them, make a significant amount of money from them, and then my attention will be on Oh, blue apple. Lucky me. My attention will be on Vegiemon. If we can recruit Vegiemon with Piximon still alive, then great. Failing that, we would have to recruit Vegiemon after Piximon fades away. When Piximon does fade away, I'm going to choose the green egg. So I start with Bottomon, Digivolve through to Agumon, take Agumon to Freezeland, make him sick by giving him the mouldy meat, get rescued by Vegiemon. That will be the first step towards recruiting Vegiemon. And when Agumon Digivolve to Numamon, take him to Toy Town, Digivolve to Muncimon, speak to the robot Digimon, who will unlock the door that leads towards Worumuncimon. That way Worumuncimon will be available for us when we want to take him on. We will just have to go straight through the door and make it up to Worumuncimon, and I will then want to wait for Muncimon to fade away so I can then start over with a new Digimon. In the first Overpowered Run, I used Piximon for most of it, an Earth Digimon, and I used Bug most of the time, an Earth technique. The second Overpowered Run, I used Megadramon, a Machine Digimon. I used Ice Statue most of the time, so an Ice technique. The third Overpowered Run, I used Etamon, a Battle Digimon. I used Megalospark and Thunderbolt most of the time, air techniques. That just left Fire and Filth. I didn't see any logic in trying to do an Overpowered Run using a Filth Digimon or Filth techniques, because Filth is considered to be the weakest type, so it seemed a bit contradicting trying to do an Overpowered Run with a Filth Digimon or Filth techniques. And then that left Fire, and so my intention for this Overpowered Run was to use a Fire Digimon, so that I've done an Overpowered Run with a Fire Digimon and Fire techniques as well as all the other natures, excluding Filth of course. So the plan was to, when grinding, the plan was to Digivolve to a Fire Digimon, more specifically a Fire Digimon who can use Prominence Beam and Meltdown, because those are my two favourite fire techniques. I consider them to be the two best fire techniques. So when I do start with a new Digimon, I choose the green egg, I Digivolve to Agumon, I then Digivolve to Centarumon, and I learn Prominence Beam and Meltdown. I then let Centarumon fade away, and I then start afresh again, where I then plan to Digivolve to the Digimon that I plan to use for the rest of the Overpowered Run. And when I had Muncimon, instead of fading away straight away after speaking to the robot Digimon, I did also do the butterfly brain training and learnt all of the battle techniques, because there was a possibility that those battle techniques could have come in handy, although in this instance they didn't. I learnt the battle techniques with Piximon, thinking that they might be of value, thinking that I might need to use them, but it turned out I didn't need to use them. But the learning of Prominence Beam and Meltdown wasn't a waste of time, because those are the two techniques that I use for most of this Overpowered run, along with the Digimon that I Digivolved to during the grinding, and by prolonging my life with Digi-Seabasses, I'm able to get my stats up to the maximum, so 9,999 HP and MP, 999 attack, defense, speed and brains. I'm currently passing the time. I'm trying to make it up to when Tanemon is active. I'm hoping that that Piximon is able to last long enough, but I really wasn't sure. So I was really just passing the time and hoping that Piximon would stay alive. Otherwise I'd have to recruit Vegiemon with my next Digimon, or I would have to prolong Piximon's lifespan with Seabasses. So this is now the time that Tanemon is active at. Piximon is still alive, so we can at least speak to Tanemon about the plant in the tropical jungle, as well as collect the rain plant. Now it's just a case of going to the tropical jungle and recruiting Vegiemon. I do save first. I decide that if I can recruit Vegiemon in time, then great. Otherwise, I would have to catch at least one Digi-Seabass in order to prolong Piximon's lifespan long enough in order for us to be able to recruit Vegiemon before Piximon fades away. During the grinding, I do also bring my money up to the maximum, and I do that by repeatedly buying medium HPs, going to Freeze Land, trading them for super defense discs, selling the super defense discs, buying more medium HPs, and repeating the process until maxing out my money, so I max out my money as well as my stats. As long as we don't fade away on the next hour, we should be able to make it in time. Okay, we are fine. And there's a happy mushroom as well, lucky us. So we will recruit Vegiemon, and then it's just a case of passing the time until Piximon fades away, and then there'll be loads more, then there'll be a load of grinding to be done, but after Piximon fades away, you will see me after the grinding, where I will have my new Digimon. I will have maxed out stats and money, as well as the techniques that I'm after. So Piximon has no more of a useful purpose from here. We just need to wait for Piximon to fade away. I was keen to recruit Vegiemon because the hawk radishes and super carrots will really help with the grinding, because they boost the stat increase that you get from training. Not only that, but hawk radishes boost your weight, whereas super carrots lower your weight, so it would be a lot easier to fulfill the weight requirements for Digivolutions if you've got an item that lowers your Digimon's weight, as well as items that increase your Digimon's weight. And it'll also be easier to fulfill stat requirements if we've got hawk radishes and super carrots that increase the stat boost that we get from training. Those are the reasons why I was keen to recruit Vegiemon before the grinding. But grinding aside, we do have to recruit every Digimon, which obviously includes Vegiemon. Not only that, but from Vegiemon, I think I mentioned that you can buy super carrots and hawk radishes, and one of the items that's needed for a Molgemon trade is a super carrot. So recruiting Vegiemon will go towards being able to recruit Molgemon, because if we buy a super carrot from Vegiemon, we can then trade it with one of the Molgemons. I think there are only 3 items remaining that need to be traded. One of them being Super Carrot, the other being Giant Meat and Omni Floppy. Omni Floppy is the item that you get given when you trade a super carrot with one of the Vegiemons. So trading the super carrot will give us the Omni Floppy, and we've already got giant meats. So after the grinding, it should be easy enough to recruit Vegiemon. Okay, we are now fading away. You will see Piximon die. You will see me pick the green egg, and then we will skip forwards to after all of the grinding has been done, where I will have a completely different Digimon. Tanemon is our new Digimon. Year 7, Day 1. 99 Digi-Seabasses, medicines, autopilots, portable potties, sirloins. Age 34, weight 97, happiness and discipline in the positive. Virus scourge, still only 1 away. HP, MP 9999, attack, defense, speed and brains 999. I've got prominence, beam and meltdown equipped as the 2 techniques that I plan to use for the rest of this playthrough, but I'm also showing you all of the other techniques that have been learnt. Some of them were learnt with Piximon, some of them were learnt with other Digimon. Tamer Levels at the maximum, 11 raised Digimon, maximum money, 2 key items, 3 medals, been playing for over 21 hours. I have the Digimon that I already had, plus some extra Digimon, Botamon, Koramon, Centauramon, Tyrannomon, Numamon, Muncimon, Nanimon, Digitamamon. Got 3 medals, 1 for maximising stats, 1 for maximising my money, 1 for catching 100 fish. The only card that I've got is a card of me. There are some items in the item bank as well. I do need to speak to Yuramon about the bandits in order for Agumon to show up at the Great Canyon. In the meantime, I head to the drill tunnel with the intention of defeating Vegiemon and then carrying dirt for the other Vegiemon and gaining access to the lava cave. So to try and bring you up to speed on what's happened, I started off with a Botamon, and I immediately started with the money grinding. So with Bottomon, I went to Friesland, traded medium HPs for super defense discs, returned to the city with an autopilot, and did the same after Digivolve into Coromon. And I also made Coromon sick in Friesland by giving him the mouldy meat, and that resulted in Vegiemon rescuing us. So I didn't actually have to Digivolve to Agumon in order to get rescued by Vegiemon, because I was able to do it with Coromon instead. And I tied that in with one of the trips to Friesland when I was grinding for money. And I do need to constantly be prolonging Digitamemon's life with Digi-Seabasses, so I'm going to be giving him Digi-Seabasses throughout this playthrough. When I had Bottomon and Coromon, I did have to praise them and scold them until their happiness was at the minimum, resulting in them getting the butterfly. I did that to lower their stats, because I wanted to Digivolve from Agumon to Numamon. To do that, in order to Digivolve to Numamon, you have to not fulfill the requirements for a natural Digivolution. I had to not fulfill the stat requirements as well as other things. So I wanted my when Digivolving, when Agumon Digivolved, I wanted my HP and MP to be under 1,000, as well as wanted my attack, defense, speed and brains to all be under 100. When I started with Bottomon, I believe my attack was over 100, so I had to rely on the butterfly to bring my stats back down, so that when Agumon Digivolved, I didn't fulfill any of the stat requirements. So I did the money grinding with Bottomon, Coromon and Agumon, made Coromon sick in Friesland by giving him the mouldy meat, got rescued by Vegiemon. I didn't continually grind until maximising my money, but I did do the majority of the money grinding. I Digivolved from Coromon to Agumon. My stats were low enough in order for me to not fulfill the requirements for any of the natural Champion Digimon. I also didn't feed Agumon, so that his weight was low and care mistakes were high, which also helped with not fulfilling any of the requirements for any of the natural champions. Digitamemon's tired, so I'm going to have to return to the city and rest before I can go any further with the dirt carrying. Agumon did Digivolve to Numamon. I went to Toy Town and Digivolved from Numamon to Muncimon, spoke to the robot Digimon, who unlocked the door, which leads towards where Waru Muncimon is. When I went to Toy Town with Numamon, I did also go to Friesland first and traded, did more of the money grinding, so traded 99 medium HPs for 99 super defense discs. Yuramon is telling us about the bandits. Returned to the city with Piximon, did the butterfly brain training and learned all of the battle techniques, and I think a couple of air techniques as well. Waited for Piximon to fade away, started with another Bottomon, Digivolved to Agumon, then Centarumon, did the butterfly brain training to learn Prominence Beam and Meltdown, which were the two techniques that I was after. I did learn other fire techniques as well, but ones that are not of interest to me. Waited for Centarumon to fade away, and then started over with another Bottomon who digivolved through to Agumon, and my intention was to digivolve to Tanemon, but this is something that I wasn't successful with straight away. In order to digivolve to Tanemon with a rookie Digimon, all you have to do is scold your Digimon when their happiness and discipline are both in the minimum. But I repeatedly praised and scolded Agumon until I thought that my happiness and discipline were in the minimum. I scolded him, but he didn't digivolve, and I was puzzled by it. And I carried on and digivolved to Tanemon instead. And I waited for Tanemon to fade away. And I can't remember if I then had another lifespan where I again failed to digivolve to Tanemon, or if the next lifespan was when I was successful with digivolving to Tanemon. But from searching online, it looked like the most likely reason why Agumon didn't digivolve when I scolded him was because my happiness and discipline weren't actually in the minimum, even though to me it looked like they were. So I tried again, where I praised and scolded Agumon until his happiness and discipline seemed to be in the minimum. I then got into a battle deliberately got into a battle which I ran away from, because that running away from battles lowers your happiness and discipline. I did that to ensure that my happiness and discipline surely were in the minimum. I then scolded Agumon, and he did then digivolve to Tanemon, and I was very quick to give him the blue apple and happy mushroom that I had in the item bank, as well as the ice mushrooms, in order to greatly boost his happiness and discipline, because I didn't want to be getting the butterfly. And so I had Tanemon as my Digimon, and the objective then was to digivolve to Digitalmamon, which I did succeed at, because that's the reason why I have Digitalmamon here and now. And the reason why I learnt battle techniques with Piximon is because one of the requirements for digivolving from Tanemon to Digitalmamon is having 100 or more battles. Tanemon has battle as a nature, and by learning all of the battle techniques when I had Piximon as my Digimon, I could have used those techniques in battles if I was in a position where I needed to have the battles in order to digivolve to Digitamamon. In order to digivolve to an ultimate Digimon, you have to fulfill 3 of the 4 requirements, so you can get away with not fulfilling one of the requirements. So when I had Tanemon, I trained at the Green Gym to improve my stats, and I used the Hawk Radishes and Super Carrots so that I got a bigger stat increase from training, and that and while I was at it, I also kept care mistakes at 0, because from reading the guide that I was following, it looked like no care mistakes was one of the requirements, so I kept care mistakes at 0. Weight had to be between 5 and 15, which I was able to manage because feeding Tanemon made his weight go up. If my weight became too high, then I could make the weight go back down with Super Carrots. So I was able to fulfill the weight requirement and care mistake requirement. From training, I was also able to fulfill the stat requirements, but I did have to prolong Tanemon's lifespan with Digi-Seabasses in order to be able to make it up to the required stats, because he faded away before I reached the stat requirements, so Seabasses were needed. When I did, reach the stat requirement as well as the weight requirement and the care mistake requirement, he did then digivolve to Digitamamon, meaning that I didn't need to have any battles in order to digivolve. And then from there, it was pretty much just a case of training with Digitamamon until maximising his stats and doing the last bit of the money grinding so that I maximised my money as well. I already had the techniques that I was after, and Digi-Seabasses were what I used in order to keep Digitamamon alive. When I digivolved to Digitamamon, I did get a stat increase, which I was pleased about, and it also extended my lifespan, so I was able to go a few days without needing to use Seabasses, but I did go back to having to use Seabasses in order to keep Digitamamon alive, so that I was able to continue with the grinding and get myself into the position that I am now currently in. So if we speak to Vegiemon in Friesland, then he'll join the city straight away. We'll have immediate access to Warumunsimon, and thanks to a glitch, we will be able to enter Ice Sanctuary with Digitamamon, even though he isn't a vaccine Digimon, and we will be able to do everything else with Digitarmon without any foreseeable hassle, with the exception of Greylord's Mansion, which is something that I don't want to touch upon just yet, but I will say that access to Greylord's Mansion was a problem because Digitarmon is a data type, not a virus type, and therefore you can't enter Greylord's Mansion with Digitarmon. But I don't want to talk too much about that at the moment. I would rather focus on the present. So I defeated Meramon, thus recruiting him, and I spoke to the Vegiemon as well, and here I'm about to battle Kunamon. When I spoke to Vegiemon, in order for him to join the city, you have to speak to him, then speak to him again 3 days later, and he'll join the city. It was day 1 when I spoke to him, so day 4 is when he will be done drilling, and he will join the city when I speak to him. I recruited Kunamon to create the shortcut from the city to the Digimon Bridge, and now I'm heading for the Dino region because I want to get the key item that enables you to carry 20 items instead of 10 as soon as possible. That means speaking to Tanemon at his first location, and the Dino region is one of the places where you're able to encounter Tanemon. So I'm heading for the Dino region, and I was very lucky to have encountered Piximon. I did pause and think about it, because normally I would use a protective floppy when battling Piximon. I didn't have one in my inventory because I didn't foresee Piximon showing up, but I decided to make the most of the opportunity to battle Piximon since it's rare for him to show up. So that's Piximon taken care of, who's one of the more frustrating Digimon to recruit since it's rare for him to show up. You have the same issue with Mummemon and Metal Mummemon, but we don't need to worry about them yet. But I can carry on with my intention, which was to go to the Dino region. I have to defeat Tanemon so that I can go to the deeper parts of the Dino region. I can then battle Meteormon, and if I defeat him and then speak to Tanemon, that will result in Tanemon joining the city, and then Nanemon will spawn in the area that Meteormon was in. So if I return to where Meteormon was, I can speak to Nanemon, and he drops the key item, which will enable me to carry 20 items instead of 10, something that I was eager to get sooner rather than later, which is why the Dino region was one of the first places that I wanted to go to. Nanemon shows up at 5 separate locations in total. The first time he drops the key item, which enables you to carry 20 items. The second time, third time and fourth time, nothing significant happens. The fifth time, he drops another key item, which enables you to carry 30 items instead of 20, and he joins the city as well. I'm just thinking about the different locations that he shows at. The Dino region was one that we had pretty much immediate access to. The sewer in Factorial Town can't be done yet. Same with the Yuramon Ancestor Cave in the Drill Tunnel. The Olga Fortress near the Great Canyon can't happen yet. And then there's Toy Town, and we can like battle Waru Muntsimon and then recruit Muntsimon, but we have to. Well, the Toy Town is near the Misty Trees, and I'm not heading in that direction just yet, so that's why I chose the Dino region. just have to speak to Meteormon and then we can battle him a few moments after. In the previous 3 overpowered runs that I did, during the text here that we have with Meteormon, I went through all of it slowly, and the reason why I did that, I said that not going through the text slowly can result in my game freezing. So I went through all of the bits of text slowly in the interest of preventing the game from freezing, but I speeded the video up for that bit so that it was okay for you. That time it was different. I went through the text at normal speed, apart from the final bit where Meteormon says that he'll check out the island. I paused on that, but also speeded it up, speeded the video up so that it was okay for you. The reason why I went slowly on that is because it looks like I was wrong when thinking that I had to go through all of the text slowly in order to stop the game from freezing. It looks like it's just the last text box where I have to go slow, the one where Meteormon says that he'll check out the island. And there are 3 other scenarios where going through the text slowly has a habit of causing my game to freeze. Once with Leomon in Gear Savannah, and then Devimon in Greylord's Mansion, as well as Devimon in Mount Infinity. But with those as well, it looks like I was wrong when thinking that I had to go through all of the text slowly. It looks like it's just the last text box where I have to like pause and leave it for a bit before selecting it. So with Leomon, Devimon and Devimon, I go through most of the text at normal speed. It's just the last bit where I pause, but I speed the video up so that it's okay for you. out of the overpowered runs that I've done for this game, I'd probably have to say that this one was my least favourite, and that's because Digitamemon's not the most user-friendly of Digimon. He moves around slowly. When he gets knocked down, it takes a long time for him to get back up. When he blocks an attack, the blocking animation is very slow. Those are things that for me are a bit of a nuisance. But I wanted to do this overpowered run as well because I wanted to do one where I was either using a fire Digimon or fire techniques or both, so that's why I included this overpowered run. I'd say my favourite was probably the second overpowered run where I used Megadramon. That was probably my favourite of the 4 overpowered runs. And I'm not sure about the other 2. The one with Megadramon was my favourite. And then there was also the overpowered run for Digimon World 2003. Only one overpowered run for that game. And I'd have to say I preferred doing the overpowered runs for this game than the overpowered run for Digimon World 2003. But in total, 4 overpowered runs for this game, 1 overpowered run for that game. So 5 overpowered runs in total if we're counting both games. As I'm adding commentary to this video, I haven't actually yet uploaded any of the overpowered runs that I did for this game. I'm currently uploading Tomb Raider videos that I recorded back in 2020. And I haven't yet uploaded any of the overpowered runs, but by the time this video gets uploaded, I should have uploaded the previous 3 overpowered runs for this game, as well as the overpowered run for Digimon World 2003. I think my plan is to upload the first overpowered run for this game, then the second overpowered run for this game, then the overpowered run for Digimon World 2003, then the third overpowered run for Digimon World, and then this overpowered run for Digimon World, which is the 4th, and as things stand, I also plan for this to be the final overpowered run as well. Unless you as viewers have any requests for any other overpowered run for this game that you might wish to see, if there's an overpowered run with a certain Digimon that you would like to see, then you're welcome to suggest it. I can't guarantee that it's something that I would go through with, but you can at least make the suggestion if you would like. And that was a horrendous attempt at avoiding these Digimon. As I'm doing this commentary, the date for me is the 23rd of May, but I anticipate that the first Overpowered Run for Digimon World won't be uploaded until July, and there's other stuff that needs to be uploaded as well, other things that I plan on recording, and I'm not sure when it will be when this gets uploaded, but I'm thinking it's either going to be this year, 2022, or possibly even next year, 2023. So it's going to be a long time before this gets uploaded. Now, I imagine that it will be this year that this video gets uploaded, the year 2022. It's possible it might not be until 2023, but I anticipate it will be uploaded this year, 2022. The first Overpowered Run, I think, will be uploaded in July, but there's other videos that I plan to record and upload in between uploading the other Overpowered Runs. Having defeated Agumon for the second time, we will now be able to recruit Palmon, which will go towards being able to recruit Vegiemon, Skullgreymon, Seedramon, Agumon, Carbalterimon. I think that's it. Shalmon's a very significant Digimon to recruit, because recruiting Shalmon results in you being able to recruit a fair few other Digimon. And the same is true with Vegiemon as well, who you recruit after you defeat Agumon for the 3rd time. Recruiting Vegiemon results in you being able to recruit Andromon, Guromon, Metal Mummemon, Numamon, and also the sewer in Factorial Town is one of the locations that Tanemon features at, so it also goes towards recruiting Tanemon as well. The first Agumon battle just sets up the second Agumon battle, and the 4th Agumon battle just results in Agumon joining the city. As far as I'm aware, that's the case anyway. It's the 2nd and 3rd Agumon battles that are really significant. Shalmon, Vegiemon, Seedramon, Kawagumon, Carbalterimon, Vadermon, Skullgreymon, Metal Mummemon, Andromon, Guromon, Numamon, Tanemon. They come to a combined total of 27 prosperity points, which is more than half what would be needed in order to gain access to Mount Infinity. That reminds me of something else. As well as these overpowered runs, there is one other thing that I've done for this game. In the previous overpowered run, or at least I think it was the previous overpowered run, I mentioned plans on doing a low kills challenge for this game, as well as a no items challenge for this game, and I have in fact recorded, done and recorded a low kills challenge for this game, where I didn't make it up to 100 prosperity points. The aim was to simply gain access to Mount Infinity and defeat Machinedramon, the final boss, but it was a low kills challenge, which meant that I had to make it up to 50 prosperity points while defeating as few Digimon in battles as possible. So try and get as many prosperity points from the fewest number of battles in order to open up Mount Infinity, and then make it up to Machinedramon. Defeating a Digimon in a battle counts as a kill, and the fact that it's a low kills run meant that I had to defeat as few Digimon in battles as possible in order to fulfill the requirement of low kills. That is something that's been done. I haven't currently done any recordings for a no items challenge, and if I do attempt such a thing, then it's going to be a long way into the future, because there's other stuff that I plan to record first, plus other stuff that I've already recorded that needs to be uploaded. But a no items challenge is where I have to make it up to 100 prosperity points while not being allowed to give any items to my Digimon, be it inside of battles or outside of battles. And I'm also not allowed to have an item that my Digimon will benefit from in some way, so I'm not allowed to have a training manual, because my Digimon will gain from that if I was to train, and that includes the items that you can buy from Vegiemon in the secret item shop in File City, because there's one item that where your Digimon recovers more HP and MP from sleeping, and another item where your Digimon recovers HP while you walk. Those are items that my Digimon would gain from, so they're not allowed in a no items challenge. With Birdramon recruited, we can now have quicker access to places we've already been to before. And since we've got plenty of autopilots, regardless of where we go, we will be able to make an immediate return to the city should we require it. Here I speak to Vegiemon so that Greymon will show up and we can now battle him. It's always worth recruiting Greymon before you go to Beetle Land, because you have to recruit Greymon in order to be able to recruit Carbalterimon, who's one of the Digimon that you recruit from Beetle Land along with Agumon. And you also get prosperity points for Seadramon as well when you catch Seadramon. Greymon must be quite a bit more powerful than the other Digimon that I've been battling, considering Birdramon's Prominence Beam only did 1 damage, but Greymon's Magma Bomb wasn't far off 100. Magma Bomb is weaker than Prominence Beam, quite a bit weaker, but the fact that Magma Bomb did a lot more damage than Prominence Beam just goes to show that Greymon must be quite a bit more powerful than these other Digimon who I've been having battles with. I've taken out the giant meat and super carrot so that I'll be able to recruit Vegiemon when I go to Freeze Land. Trade the super carrot, get an Omni Floppy, trade the Omni Floppy with one of the other Vegiemons, trade the giant meat with the last Vegiemon, and then he will join the city. Just 3 items left to be traded. I've got 2 of them, and the other item will come from trading the super carrot. So if I go to Freeze Land, I'd like to go to Ice Sanctuary first, but there is still a lot of other things that can be done in Freeze Land. There's, as well as recruiting Vegiemon, there's Waymon as well, which will also involve us battling Agumon for the 3rd time. There's Vegiemon to recruit, and we also need to have the first Garulamon battle so that we can then later have the second Garulamon battle where defeating Garulamon will result in him joining the city. So a fair few things to be done in Freeze Land. I just want to do Ice Sanctuary first. And I do struggle with the Ice Sanctuary skip, and I don't get it right straight away here either. So I decide to leave and re-enter and try again. That time I get the initial bit right. And I succeeded with the second bit as well. So I did make it into Ice Sanctuary without too much trouble. But I put that down to luck rather than anything else. There are quite a few items lying around. One of them contains a large recovery. We currently have 99 of them, which means that we wouldn't be able to obtain the large recovery, but by giving one to Digitamon, we'll now be able to obtain it. If you've seen any of my other overpowered runs for this game, then you will see that I have a bit of an obsession when it comes to collecting the items. I like to be able to collect all of the items. So, you know, I wasted a large recovery so that I could obtain the large recovery that I collected. You know, in order to be able to make myself able to collect the large recovery, I had to waste one that was in my inventory. And it looks like we've also got an Omni Floppy, so we do actually have on us all 3 of the items that are needed for trades. But even if we didn't have an Omni Floppy, it wouldn't be a problem, because like I said, you trade a super carrot, you get an Omni Floppy in return. and that was a bad attempt at avoiding this Digimon. I defeated him, no problem, but something annoying is about to happen. This. I then go and get into another battle immediately afterwards. At least we took both of them down pretty easily. There is still one other Digimon in this area. It would be nice if we can at least avoid that one. Successfully avoiding 1 out of 3 is nothing short of embarrassing. But since we failed to avoid the first 2, it looks like 1 out of 3 is the best we can hope for, as shameful as it is. Well, we did at least manage to avoid the 3rd Digimon. And now we have an unavoidable battle where all 3 of the Digimon choose to participate. Nice move from those Digimon at the start of the battle, where 2 of them got hit by a Buster Dive. No complaints from me there. There we now go into this light. Then we can return to where the statue is, or was, and we can then help ourselves to Agumon's recruit. This takes us straight to where we need to be, but we have to re-enter down here and then leave again, and then that triggers the cutscene where Agumon shows up and then joins the city. now we want to head towards where the Vegiemons are, because that's also where Waymon is. And despite the fact that Digitalmamon has fire as a nature, fire as his first nature in fact, he is able to resist the cold, and I can only assume that that's because he also has ice as a nature. If we speak to Vegiemon with Digitalmamon having previously been rescued by Vegiemon, then Vegiemon will join the city because he regards Digitalmamon as a Digimon who can tolerate the cold. The fact that he has ice, the fact that Digitalmamon has ice as a nature must balance out the fact that he's got fire as a nature, surely. Because if he had fire as a nature but not ice, then he would dislike this place. If he had ice as a nature but not fire, then he would like this place. Here he seems to be like neutral. You know, he seems to neither like nor dislike this place, and that must be because he's got one nature that likes this place and one nature that doesn't. The last Vegiemon that you do the last trade with is the Vegiemon who joins the city, whereas the other two Vegiemons remain in Friesland, and that Vegiemon there, I always make sure that he's the one who joins the city, because I value him the least when it comes to the trades that he can offer, so I like to keep the other two Vegiemons in Friesland so that I can continue to trade with them. I consider the other two Vegiemons to be more valuable when it comes to trading, so make sure you do all of their trades first, then speak to the other Vegiemon, do the last trade with him, and make sure that he's the one who joins the city. Because as far as I'm concerned, losing him as a Digimon who you can trade with is less of a loss than losing one of the other two Vegiemons instead. Agumon battle 3 out of 4, which is also the hardest, because you have to battle Waru Seedramon as well, who is tougher than Agumon, as well as all of the rookie Digimon who you encounter during the 4 battles that you have with Agumon. Having recruited Vegiemon and Xiaomon, those are two recruits that I am keen to make the most of. You know, go into Factorial Town, you know, doing all that needs to be done there, plus catching Seedramon and being able to make it to Beetleland. But since we're currently in Freezeland, it makes more sense to just remain where we are at the moment and do the progress in Freezeland that we haven't yet done. Vegiemon is the next Digimon on the list. And now to have the first battle against Garulamon. It won't result in Garulamon joining the city. But we will at least, it will at least set up the second battle where he will join the city after we defeat him the second time, and from here we can go to the Misty Trees. First objective is to go to the Toy Town, defeat Wurumunsimon, recruit Munsimon, return to where Wurumunsimon was, and speak to Tanemon. That will tick off 2 of the 5 locations where Tanemon can be found. The other things that need to be done in the Misty Trees, well, there's Kokatorimon, but he doesn't show up at this sort of time. He shows up early in the morning, so he's not an option at the moment. There is also Agumon, and he can be battled at any time, so he is an option. And we're not too far away from the Gear Savannah. We're not currently able to recruit Leomon. We've already seen to Sukamon, Biomon and Elecmon. There's also Patamon. As for Mount Panorama, well, we've taken care of Unimon. There's Vegiemon and Mummemon, but Those are not top of my priority list. Looks like being small has its advantages, because Tanemon was able to fit down the side of the box, whereas Piximon wasn't able to, so Tanemon appeared to be safe, and he was able to shoot at Piximon with Prominence Beam, and Piximon didn't seem to be able to make it to Digivolve. Although if he had used Thunderbolt, then that surely would have worked. I guess I was lucky that he didn't use Thunderbolt and he was trying other techniques instead and wasn't having any joy at getting hold of us. Now to make the return trip for Tanemon, we do unfortunately have to avoid the Digimon again, the toy Agumons, the Tankmons, the clear Agumons, but fortunately the doors no longer contain booby traps, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. I don't know if it's meant to be impossible to avoid the Tankmons, but as you saw previously and are about to see here, you are able to avoid them by offering your Digimon an item when the Tankmons come at you. You know, produce an animation, and then they move away, and then you can just about make it through. I think that returning to the city with an autopilot and then having Birdramon take you to Misty Trees is a bit faster than manually going from the room that Tanemon was in through to, out of Toy Town through to the Misty Trees. I think it's quicker, and it certainly saves you from having to re-avoid the Digimon in the Toy Town as well. And I get into another unwanted battle. Well, Kokatorimon won't be featuring until tomorrow, but there is also Gabumon. Not to mention that Patamon's not too far away either. I do have to consider Factorial Town. In order to make it past the guards, I have to go there either at midday or midnight. Digitamon's sleep cycle causes us to miss midnight, so midday is when it would have to be, and the time today has just passed midday, so that will have to wait until tomorrow at the earliest. I also have to think about Beetle Land. It's not too many hours away until one of the times that Seedramon shows up at. I mean, it's not just yet, so I've got some time to do other stuff first. But I don't exactly have enough time to do loads and loads of stuff, so I need to be careful. It looks like there probably is time for Patamon. Since we've recruited Vegiemon, the secret item shop in the city will be open, which means that Ninjamon will show on the Digimon bridge. So if we were to go to the Dragon Eye Lake from the city, if we were to use Kunamon's shortcut onto the Digimon bridge as a faster way of getting to Kunamon's bed and then the Dragon Eye Lake, we would be required to defeat Ninjamon. If we were to go the longer way, just from the city to the native forest, then that would enable us to avoid Ninjamon. I'm just hoping that we'll have time to defeat Patamon, then Ninjamon, and then go to the Dragon Eye Lake in time for Seedramon. Well, that's Patamon taken care of. We are approaching, well, getting nearer to the sort of time that Seedramon will show up at. I'm not going to Factorial Town, not yet. Going to the Secret Beach Cave. It contains an item that hasn't yet been collected. The item is a Digivolution item, makes you Digivolve to Digitamon. Obviously that's a needed item. You couldn't possibly Digivolve to Digitamon the natural way. You know, you would have to rely on the Digivolution item in order to be able to Digivolve to him. You know, maybe I should consider giving it to my Digimon, you know, so that you could see what it's like to have Digitamon, because I'd be hopeless at getting him the natural way. Now, inventory's getting a bit full, so let's dump a load of stuff into the item bank. If I remember rightly, I haven't yet gone to Shalmon's board with the headlines. Now, I have to read about the late Guardian before Seedramon will show up. So there was the article about the late Guardian and also the article about the UFO. So if we go back to Mount Panorama, then we'll be able to take the next step towards recruiting Vegiemon. For the time being, we are heading to the Dragon Eye Lake with the intention of getting Seedramon to show up. Before that, though, we have to make it past Ninjamon. I've been thinking more about these overpowered runs. See, because just before the battle against Ninjamon, I paused from commentating and then had a bit of a break, and now I've just started commentating again, and I've been thinking more about these overpowered runs that I've done for this game. I said that the overpowered run where I used Megadramon for most of it was my favourite, and this one where I'm using Digivolve was my least favourite. I probably can put all of them into order, including the overpowered run for Digimon World 2003, and I was very quick to throw the bait here because I thought that that this was the time that Seedramon would feature at, but I was mistaken. I was early, and this is the correct hour. And I don't want an item from Seedramon because I don't want a water bottle. I don't want him to teach us a technique. I don't want Aqua Magic or Winter Blast or Giga Freeze. I would like to be friends though, as I would like to be taken to Beetleland so that I can recruit Kawagumon and Carbuterimon. Yeah, rating all of the overpowered runs, I would say my favourite was the second overpowered run for this game, where I used Megadramon for most of it. My next favourite would be the third overpowered run for this game, where I used Etamon for most of it. Then it would be the first overpowered run that I did for this game, where I used Piximon for most of it, followed by this one, where I used Digitamamon for most of it, and then last would be the overpowered run that I did for Digimon World 2003. Unfortunately, I just didn't like that overpowered run as much as I thought I would or hoped I would. I preferred these overpowered runs for Digimon World. But it's not just about what I think. I would be keen to hear from you viewers if you have any opinion on which overpowered run you liked the most, providing that you've seen at least one of them. I don't know if you've seen all of the overpowered runs, or just this one, or maybe this one and another one, I don't know. But if you have seen numerous overpowered runs, out of like the overpowered runs that I've done for this game, if you have seen more than one, then I would be keen to hear your feedback on if you had a favourite, if there was one overpowered run that you liked more, if there was one overpowered run that you liked less. I would be keen to hear from you, because it's not just what what I think, so I'd like to know what you as viewers have thought. So feel free to comment and share your thoughts. I'm here in Misty Trees because it occurred to me that the time that Digitamon wakes up at is consistent with Kokatorimon spawning, so from sleeping at the Misty Trees I was able to wake up and make progress with this battle. It would be nice to be able to go to Factorial Town later today, and I had to pause again because I was once again there was issues with my TV screen, so I had to pause and have a fiddle with the cables, and my TV screen was fine afterwards. It would be nice if I'm able to go to Factorial Town today and make it past the guards. I would have to go there at midday. I'm not great at reading the clock, but the top where the moon is, that's midnight. Directly opposite that, at the bottom, that's midday. And then halfway between midnight and midday is 6 AM. And then directly opposite that, halfway between going from midnight to midday, halfway between, on the right side, that's 6 AM, and then directly opposite that, on the left side, halfway between going from midday to midnight, that's 6 PM. The hand that moves is the minute hand, and then the dot, every time that moves, it moves by an hour, and the time that the dot is on signifies the hour. I believe it's currently 4 AM, because I think it's 2 away from 6 AM, 2 away from being midway between midnight and midday. And it's not until around this point that it occurs to me that I haven't given Digitamon any sea basses today. And after this battle, it's, more than 1 hour would have passed by, which means that if I don't if I can't go into my inventory, like, immediately, then I have a problem, because Digitamon's going to fade away. Is it possible to go straight into my inventory? You bet it is. And I was able to keep Digitamon alive. So an hour's gone by, so I think it's now 5 AM. In 6 hours time it will be 11 AM, and it will be this sort of time that I want to be in Factorial Town, where I can make it past the guards during the shift change. There is some other stuff that can be done until then. Agumon has now been recruited. I come here so that I can help myself to the Yuramon Ancestor Stone. The reason why I've been able to enter this place is because my number of prosperity points is high enough. You need to have a minimum of 45, and you also need to have recruited Meramon. I've fulfilled both of those requirements, so that's why I was able to enter the Yuramon Ancestor Cave. It's also been 3 days since I spoke to the Vegiemon, so if I go to him and speak to him, he will be done and he will join the city. I need to go to Mount Panorama because I need to take the next step towards recruiting Vegiemon. And the prosperity point requirement to enter the Yuramon Ancestor Cave, I think, is 45, which is also what I think the requirement is in order for there to be the next article on Shelmon's newspaper board thing regarding Vegiemon. So if I go to Mount Panorama, take the next step towards recruiting Vegiemon, then if I go to the Shelmon's headline board, then I think it will say about an alien, and then going back to Mount Panorama again will result in Vegiemon showing up and then joining the city. So I'm just going to go to the area first. I do want to... I do obviously need to get Vegiemon to show up later on, and I also need to get Meramon to show up at some point, because I need to battle him and recruit him. I'm just taking the next initial step towards Vegiemon. And I do consider going back to the city with an autopilot, but then I decide to go to Gear Savannah and recruit Yuramon. And like I mentioned, when around the time of battling Meteormon, when I speak to Leomon, I do have to pause on the final text box and not press X on it straight away. I need to pause for a bit, and that's to prevent the game from freezing. But I go through the rest of the text at normal speed, and when I do pause on the text box at the end, I do speed the video up so that it's not slow for you viewers, as I did with Meteormon, and as I will be doing with the Devimon in Greylord's Mansion and the Devimon in Mount Infinity. So we go up here and there will be the scene where Leomon rescues Patamon from a Goborimon, and we can then follow Leomon, give him the Ancestor Stone, and then Leomon will join the city afterwards. My number of prosperity points has surely reached and exceeded 50, and in which case speaking to Vegiemon will result in Mount Infinity becoming open, and it will also trigger the battle against Agumon. So we're not ready for Factorial Town just yet. I think that's Garulamon, Monochromon, Mumemon. Yeah, Mount Infinity is open. We're not ready for Factorial Town just yet, so there is some other stuff that we can do in the meantime. Agumon is one of them, and since we've got enough prosperity points for this battle to go ahead, it also means that we have enough, I think it also means that we have enough prosperity points in order for Etamon to spawn in the native forest and battle us. I'm pretty sure that the requirement for Etamon to show up is 50 prosperity points, same as the requirement for Mount Infinity to become available and for Agumon to battle us. And I did unintentionally learn Megalospark from that battle, and I can understand the logic of using Megalospark, but I wanted this to be an overpowered run where I only use fire techniques, so I choose not to use Megalospark, even though it would be a very sensible idea to use it. You know, it'd be a very logical thing to do, but I want it to be an overpowered run where I'm using a fire Digimon and fire techniques, so I don't use Megalospark. There was the article about an alien, so Vegiemon will show up when I go back to Mount Panorama. That's something that can be tied in with Meramon. Here we can battle Etamon. If we return to the Yuramon Ancestor Cave, then I have a hunch that Tanemon will be there. I know the requirement for Tanemon to show up at the Dino region is to recruit Tyrannomon, or at least I think that's what the requirement is. For Toy Town, I think the requirement for Tanemon to show up is to recruit Piximon. As for the Yuramon Ancestor Cave, I don't know for certain what the requirement is in order for Tanemon to show up. If I was to take a guess, maybe recruiting Yuramon is what results in Tanemon showing up at the Ancestor Cave. And the Tanemon at Olga Fortress, again, I don't know for certain what the requirement is, but maybe recruiting Agumon? You know, we've already recruited Yuramon and Agumon, so if those are the requirements, then we've already fulfilled the requirement. Tanemon does also show at the sewer in Factorial Town. This is another example of me not knowing what the requirement is, but maybe recruiting both Andromon and Guromon is what the requirement is. Regardless of what needed to be done in order for Tanemon to show up here, he has shown up. So we've now spoken to him at 3 of his locations, the Dino region, Toy Town and the Yuramon Ancestor Cave. And I now have Vegiemon take me to Great Canyon in the hope of encountering Tanemon at the Olga Fortress. And if we're successful, then that will be 4 of Tanemon's 5 locations sorted. It will just leave the sewer. But we definitely haven't yet fulfilled the requirement for Tanemon to feature at the sewer, because we haven't even been to Factorial Town yet. It's about an hour and a half until the shift change. We've definitely got enough time in order to make it up to the part of the Factorial Town that we need to make it up to. We are going to end up with a bit of time left over, but it's not going to be loads and loads of time. So the timings worked pretty well. It'd be a real insult if Metal Meramon was to feature on our way through, because we probably wouldn't have time to battle him, or if we were to have time, then we would certainly be pushing it. But he's not here, so that solves us having any problem in that respect. Now we just have to wait for about half an hour. Decide to use a few minutes of the time by giving Digitalmon a sea bass, and I accidentally enter into this area, something I didn't want to do. But I return here. Decide to top up my happiness as well with a praise, and then just wait for the last few minutes. Okay, we can now proceed, battle Yuramon, and then return to Andromon, and then from there we can go to the sewer. There are also items lying around as well. troublesome Guromon is just ahead of us. I mean, he's got horns, that must make him a troublemaker, right? He looks naughty and mischievous. That defense chip looked like it was probably off limits. Boo-hoo. I didn't even attempt to try and grab it. I just assumed that it was probably not going to be obtainable, and I just left it at that. So when we speak to Andromon and go to the sewer, things will appear to be better, but Numamon will still battle us, and he is insultingly easy, the most feeble Digimon that you can possibly go against in the whole game. It's probably a combination of the fact that he's a filth Digimon combined with how sick and unwell he probably became as well. So this is the dialogue that you would normally have when you come here when things are not in order. But now that I have left and re-entered, it's now where it should be. Understandably, you don't get much money for defeating Numamon. 100 bits is your limit, but an MP chip, that's not a bad item. And if you were to sell it, then you would get the best part of 5,000 bits. And now that Numamon's been recruited, we need to go back to Andromon, speak to him again, and he will tell us to come back later after he's had a chance to try and recover the data not to worry, there is other stuff that we can do. Now, if we just put Factorial Town on the back burner for a little while, we can be doing other stuff instead. I'm just going to pass an hour by training once. And now I'm going to head to Friesland because I think that it's about the sort of time that Garurumon shows up at for the second battle. We do still need to recruit Vegiemon. We do still need to get Mummemon to show up, as well as Metal Mummemon. And then when the time is right to return to Factorial Town, we can recruit Andromon, Guromon, and then speak to Tanemon for the last time, which results in him joining the city, and also results in us obtaining the other key item, and I didn't want to get into a battle here. The other key item, which will enable us to carry 30 items instead of 20. Well, I'm certain that it is now late enough for Garurumon. And I'm right. And I also think that it's early enough so that his HP is only half full, making the battle quicker and easier. Yeah, that's right. Half full. No trouble with Garurumon. It's not that Garurumon's tough, it's the fact that you're not allowed to help your Digimon, which would normally make the battle against Garurumon tougher than a lot of the other battles. But since this is an overpowered run, we're in a position where we don't really need to help our Digimon in order to win battles. There really isn't any major difficulty with defeating and recruiting Garurumon. I am now heading for Mount Panorama. I can recruit Vegiemon, and then the next job will be trying to get Mummemon to show up. And when I let Digitalmon sleep, it will be a new day when he wakes up. It will be many hours later. So hopefully, if we go back to Factorial Town, then all will be good, and Andromon would have recovered his data, and we'll be able to finish recruiting the Digimon in Factorial Town. Well, we got very lucky with Piximon, encountering him when we were on our way to the Dino region. I don't anticipate having the same luck with Meramon. And I was right. So, we will now be aiming to get Meramon to show up. So it's a case of entering, leaving, re-entering, and just keep going until Meramon eventually shows up. I don't think there's anything that influences the likelihood of Meramon showing up. I don't think there's anything that influences the likelihood of Piximon or Metal Meramon showing up. I think it just boils down to luck, nothing more than that. And you just have to keep entering and leaving and re-entering until they eventually show up. And we do now have Meramon. I decide to play it risky and use Nightmare Syndrome. Who knows which of us is going to strike though. We get lucky. Well, Meramon, I was glad to have encountered you and recruited you, but that still leaves your metal cousin, Metal Meramon. So I focus on Metal Meramon before worrying about Andromon, and like with Meramon, I'm just going to keep entering and leaving until Metal Meramon shows up. And we get lucky. That's the last of the 3 random Digimon. You know, the 3 Digimon who show up randomly and rarely. Some people might describe them as frustrating. Now, I personally reserve that for Monochromon. I consider him to be the most frustrating Digimon to recruit. He is the one who I always dread the most when I play this game. Andromon has recovered the data, so we just need to finish speaking to him. Andromon has now joined the city, and if we go to where we battled Yuramon, he will now be in a better state, and if we speak to him, he will join the city afterwards. Yeah, I regret to say that Monochromon is something that I still have ahead of me in this playthrough. I still need to do the Monochromon shop minigame and get the necessary profit in order for Monochromon to join the city, something I'm not looking forward to. And I once again foul at evading an enemy, a random Digimon. From here we can go to the sewer. Tanemon should be there. Speak to him. He'll drop the other key item when he runs off, and he'll join the city as well. And then after that, there isn't too much left to do. There's Mount Infinity, where we have to recruit Vegiemon, Megadramon, Metal Greymon, and Digitalmon, as well as defeating the final boss, Machinedramon. All of that will require 2 visits in total. The first time we definitely recruit Vegiemon, Metal Greymon, as well as defeating Machinedramon. Megadramon you can either... after Machinedramon you then have to return in order to recruit Digitalmon, something that can't be done until after beating Machinedramon. And then Megadramon, it's up to you. You can either recruit him when you go to Mount Infinity the first time, or when you go to Mount Infinity the second time. It's entirely up to you. Once we recruit it'll also result in Airdramon joining the city as well. We've already defeated him in battle. But yeah, sorting out Mount Infinity will result in Airdramon joining the city, as well as us recruiting Vegiemon, Metal Greymon, Megadramon, and Digitalmon. There's also Monochromon. Apart from that, I think all that's going to be left is Greylord's Mansion. So we are getting there. There isn't too much left to be done. There are quite a lot of items to be looted in Mount Infinity, so I am creating space in my inventory by putting a lot of stuff into the item bank. I did also take out the protective floppy. That will come in handy against Machinedramon. I would have used it against Piximon, but I encountered Piximon unexpectedly and wasn't able to use it. That's Monochromon, that's Skullgreymon, that's Mount Infinity. So since we didn't use the protective floppy against Piximon, we'll use it against Machinedramon instead. Piximon would have been the ideal choice because Bug and Danger Sting have a high rate of causing flattening, whereas Confusion Storm has a high rate of causing confusion. That's why it would have been ideal against Piximon. I do get into a battle here just to get rid of the Rockmon who's blocking the way to an item. That way we will be able to collect the item after the battle. With the Machinedramon battle, Thunderbolt has a fairly good rate at causing paralysis. Megaton Punch, I think, has a fair rate of causing paralysis. Or Range Beam doesn't cause any status issues. Well, at least there'll be no risk of us getting paralysed when we battle a Machinedramon. That is pretty much the only status harm that can be sustained when you battle him. So this is where we have the mandatory battle against Vegiemon. Next up, would normally be either Metal Greymon or Megadramon. For us, the next battle is going to be Metal Greymon, followed by Machinedramon. Reason for that is because I choose to leave Megadramon until we come to Mount Infinity for the second time. The reason why that is because in the area that Megadramon features in, if you defeat Megadramon, then that results in random Digimon roaming in the area where Megadramon was previously, and when you return for the second time, when you return to battle Digitamamon, if you've recruited Megadramon, then when you make it through the area that Megadramon was in, you have to make it past random Digimon roaming around, which creates an inconvenience. But if you haven't recruited Megadramon, then those Digimon won't be there, because Megadramon will be there instead, so you won't have the inconvenience of having to try to avoid the Digimon. So that's why I ignore Megadramon the first time. Then when I return for Digitamamon, I battle Megadramon, then I battle Digitamamon, then I autopilot back to the city, and the Digimon who sort of roam in the area that Megadramon was in don't become a problem for me. I don't have to deal with them in any sort of way. Yeah, this is the area that Megadramon is in. Well, let's show Metal Greymon who's boss. there was a small chance of me learning Infinity Burn from that fight, a technique that I had no interest in. That's why I never made any attempt to learn Infinity Burn when I was grinding. I just wanted Prominence Beam and Meltdown. I don't like Infinity Burn. It's slow, it's easy to interrupt, it costs a lot of MP. You know, I understand that it's the most powerful fire technique, but to me it's slow speed, and the fact that it's easy to interrupt just doesn't make it worth it in my opinion, so I prefer Prominence Beam and Meltdown. Well, here goes. Trying my luck again. Things are either about to get better or worse. Paid off. Well, that's our first trip to Mount Infinity out of the way. We have to return for Megadramon and Digitamon. There is still Monochromon in Great Canyon, and once all of that is done, I believe that will just leave us with Greylord's Mansion. We currently have Digitamon, a Digimon who can't enter Greylord's Mansion. So there is the question of how do we work around that? How do we, make it into Greylord's Mansion and defeat Tekkamon and Skullgreymon while living up to the name of Overpowered Run. Well, obviously I know how I work around it, but I would rather not say anything yet. I would rather wait until nearer the time before I talk about that. Carrying on, we have returned. We get a medal, we get a Machinedramon card, and if our Tamer level wasn't at the maximum, then our Tamer level would have gone up as well. But since our Tamer level is at 10, it can't go up any higher, so instead of also having our Tamer level go up, we were just presented with the medal and the Machinedramon card. And if you were aiming for all medals, then being given a Machinedramon card, I assume would be compulsory for getting the medal that you get if you get every Digimon card. Because there is a medal which you are presented with if you get every Digimon card, and I assume that includes the Machinedramon card, so as well as getting one medal, the fact you get the Machinedramon card I think would be a step towards a different medal. But we're not aiming for the medals, we're just aiming for 100 prosperity points. And I've managed to go this far into Mount Infinity without getting into any unwanted battles, but the next area is the area that Vegiemon was in, and in previous Overpowered runs you would have seen that I do a dreadful job at avoiding the Digimon here. I made it past them that time, but it doesn't change the fact that I am terrible at avoiding those Digimon. Made it past him, but there's one other Rockmon coming up. Made it past him as well, so it looks like I've been quite lucky with evading the Digimon, and I say lucky because I don't pin any of it down to skill. I really struggle with avoiding Digimon, and when I am successful, I think it's normally just mostly down to luck. Okay, well, we're in the area that contains Megadramon. So, let's give him our best shot. Okay, didn't have any trouble against him, but Digitamon is up next, a more powerful opponent. He has Thunderbolt and Meltdown, which have a good rate of causing paralysis, and Confusion Storm, which has an excellent rate of causing confusion. So I anticipate a fair few variouses are going to be needed. And it's unfortunate that I don't have a protective floppy, but this is an overpowered run, so we've got very good stats ourselves. So here we go for a bit of Digitamon on Digitamon action. Let's see what comes as a result of it. Digitamon's gotten his finish, but who's it going to hit? Works for me. That brings our prosperity points up to 95, which just leaves Monochromon and Skullgreymon. My inventory's probably gotten pretty full, so best offload some stuff into the item bank. I decide to aim for Monochromon next. So from here, my intention is to go to the Great Canyon and attempt to recruit Monochromon, and that would just leave us with the Grey Lord's mansion left to do. And it's convenient that Digitamamon needs to sleep, because that way we can sleep just outside the Monochromon shop, which will enable us to save, and we can try the Monochromon shop. If we don't reach the amount of profit that's required, then we can keep trying again, and if we continually have no joy, then if we were to reload, then we would be just outside the Monochromon shop, and then we can try again and see if we have any better joy. I'll just speak to him first, just to get this dialogue out of the way. Then I refuse. And then I sleep just outside of his shop. I believe that each shift lasts 8 hours. The Digi-Seabasses prolong your Digimon's life by 3 hours. So 3 Seabasses would equal 9 hours. We have to give Digitamamon 3 Digi-Seabasses in order to make it to the end of a shift without fading away. So I make my first attempt at the shop minigame, which doesn't end successfully. So it's now 8 hours later. We are going to fade away on the next hour, I believe. So another 3 Digi-Seabasses should ensure that we make it up to 18 hours. Another 8 hours at the shop minigame will take us up to 16 hours. So we should be fine at the end of the next shift. Goborimon, good customer he is. Portable potty, reasonable choice. 450. No Goborimon, it's not too high. No Goborimon, it's not too high. No, Goborimon, you're wrong. See, it's not too high. Gotsumon, he's a so-so customer. Portable potty, reasonable choice. I think 360 bits is the right amount for him to pay. He seems to agree. Ah, good customer. And reasonable choice again. 450 bits is the price that I ask. And no arguments from him that time. Oh no. $450 is what I'm going to go for. And it does eventually end in a sell. Goborimon, my favourite customer. Sure are asking for a lot of portable potties. Do all the Digimon have a stomach bug or something? Oh no, it's Weedmon. And seems that Weedmon's after a portable potty as well. There really must be a stomach bug going around or something. Meat. But meat's pathetic, it's worth hardly anything. Yeah, 330 bits for a portable potty, that's the most I'm willing to try and squeeze out of a Weedmon. But when it's meat they're asking for, I'm just going to maintain the price. It's really not worth splitting hairs over meat. You know, I prefer portable potties to meat, but it would be nice to see a medicine once in a while. I mean, that's where you'll really make money. And you can make a bit of money from portable potties, but medicine is where you really make the money. Halfway, going well. No customers stormed off yet. But now we've got a customer asking for meat. Why can't they all just ask for medicines instead? $450 is what I will charge Goborimon, nothing less. So far, he's agreed to it every time, I'm pleased to say. Oh, go away, Weedmon. Why can't we just have nothing but Goborimons who ask for nothing but medicines? If that was the case, you would reach the target in no time. Good, it's Goborimon. Portable potty. We're not too far away from the target. Uh, 600 bits would do it. So a medicine at 1300 I think would do it. portable potty. Okay, 400 would do it, so a medicine at 1100 would do it. Yeah, if we can sell a medicine for 1100, that will bring us up to the target. And medicine is what he's after, 1100 bits, and we're there. Normally with Goborimon I choose to try and raise the price to the maximum, but since we were in a position where we only needed to raise the price by one step in order to succeed, it made a lot more sense just to raise the price by one step and have a much better chance of him agreeing to the purchase rather than try and raise the price to the maximum and create a bigger risk of him storming off and me not making a sale, and then things ending in failure. But Monocromon's been recruited. We have 97 prosperity points. All that remains is Skullgreymon. No other hints from Agumon. I don't want to speak to Vegiemon because that will trigger the back dimension, and the back dimension could be at the Grey Lord's mansion, which we don't want because the Grey Lord's mansion is a place that we need to go to. So what am I going to do here onwards? Well, Digitamon needs the toilet. The virus gorge is only one away from being full. I'm going to let him sleep while he needs the toilet. So he's now messed on the floor. The virus gorge is totally full. I'm going to give him a sea bass so that we will extend his life and he won't fade away on the next hour. An hour has passed, and now he's Digivolving, and the only Digimon that he could possibly be Digivolving to is Sukamon. So why am I Digivolving to Sukamon? Well, he's a virus Digimon, which means that he can enter Grey Lord's mansion, so we can, by having Sukamon as our Digimon, we can now enter Grey Lord's mansion and I'm now going to give Sukamon a load of sea basses while ensuring that my happiness is kept to a maximum. So I gave Sukamon 4 Digi-Sea Basses, and I gave Digitamon 1, so that should give us about 15 hours. Now I'm just going to waste time until Sukamon's appetite kicks in. So train until Sukamon signals for food. Which he has now done. And from here we go to the restaurant. Yeah, I wasn't training HP to try and boost my stats, I was simply wasting time until Sukumon's appetite kicked in. Right, we have to speak to Meramon, then leave. Speak to Tanemon, then leave. Speak to Yuramon, then leave. Speak to Vegiemon, then leave. And now it's a case of trying to get Digivolve to show up at the restaurant, which means we have to keep entering the restaurant until Digivolve is the Digimon working at the restaurant. So that's why I'm just repeatedly entering and leaving. I'm hoping for Digivolve to show up. Which he has. And now we eat. MP, Defense and Brains. MP, Defense and Brains. MP, Defense and Brains. Okay, that's no good. So now we are going to leave like we did, and we're going to keep entering again until Digivolve shows up again. Because his food only boosted 3 of our stats. We want the food to boost all of our stats. So we're trying to get Digivolve to show up for a second time, which he has. Now we wait for Sukumon's appetite to kick in, which it has. HP, MP, attack, defense, speed, brains. HP, MP, attack, defense, speed, brains. HP, MP, attack, defense, speed, brains. Brilliant. Now we are going to repeatedly eat and eat and eat until all of our stats make it up to the maximum. Because this is a glitch where if you go to the restaurant when it's Digivolve and eat, there's a glitch which enables you to just repeatedly keep on eating until all of your stats are at the maximum. Which is the case at the moment. So from repeatedly eating over and over again at the restaurant with Digivolve as the Digimon, we were able to just keep on eating and keep boosting our stats and just keep on going until eventually all of our stats reached the maximum. It also filled our happiness and discipline to the maximum, as well as our weight as well, but the most important thing was the stats, and I'm now going to Greylord's Mansion, where I can do the initial stage of the Greylord's Mansion. So go there, find the mansion key, find my Ultismon, see to him, then leave, go to the Shalmon's notice board, and there'll be an article about my Ultismon, and we then have to go back to Greylord's mansion for the second part of the mansion, which ends in us being able to recruit Skullgreymon. Of course, that does require us to defeat Piximon and Skullgreymon, and being able to enter the Greylord's mansion is one thing, being overpowered is another thing, and there is the question of what do I have planned. Surely I'm not planning on doing Greylord's mansion with just Sukamon. The only technique that he's got is horizontal kick, and despite the fact that his stats are at the maximum, horizontal kick is still going to be very weak. Sukamon's still not going to be a very good fighter, so surely I'm not planning on doing the rest of the game with Sukamon. I mean, that's not going to be very overpowered now, is it? Well, at the moment I'm just focused on my initial visit to Greylord's mansion, which doesn't require any battles. I just need to be able to enter the mansion and proceed through it. There was only one door that wasn't locked. I used that door and it led to other doors that weren't locked, and I was able to get the mansion key there, and now I can unlock most of the doors and make progress. I am also looting the Greylord's mansion just because that's something that I like to do. Here I return to a bit that I was at previously, but I can now make it through this door since I have the mansion key. Then up here where there's a few other items, and then there's also a bit of the flooring where we are able to fall down, and it takes us to a bit of the mansion that we haven't been to yet. This leads towards my Ultismon. He's just through here. He's in a bad state, so we speak to him. He gave us a refrigerator key. Use that on the refrigerator and we are presented with a memo, and after reading the memo, if we then leave the mansion and go to the Overdale Cemetery, there will be a sirloin lead on the floor for us to collect. And we've now returned to a previous part of the mansion. It's not necessary to go in here, but I choose to nonetheless. There's nothing in here apart from a trap. We fall down, and we end up back here. And then we go this way to where the refrigerator is. And now we want to go to the cemetery and help ourselves to the sirloin. Now I do like to unlock every door, so I'm going to use this door because I haven't used it yet. I use it just for the sake of unlocking it. Now we head to where the sirloin is, and well, this is the sirloin that we have to give to my Ultimon to make him better. And if you've seen any of my previous Overpowered runs, then I'm sure you can guess what I'm about to do next. Back out into the cemetery, where the sirloin has respawned, and once you go to my Ultimon and give him the sirloin will stop spawning at this cemetery. But if you collect the sirloin, then leave the cemetery and then go back to the cemetery without giving the sirloin to my Ultimon, then the sirloin will keep spawning and you can collect it as many times as you want. It's an item that you only get one opportunity to collect. If you collect one and give it to my Ultimon, then you'll never get another chance to collect it. So I like to collect two, so that I give one to my Ultimon and put one in the item bank. That way I've got an item that you're not meant to be able to have. That's the initial part of Greylord's Mansion done. So we can return to the city. We need to go to the notice board before we can make any further progress with Greylord's Mansion. But I'm just going to pop into the item bank. There's some stuff that we can put in. Misty Egg, an item that makes you digivolve to Tanemon. I wonder if that item could come in handy. Well, we've got an item that will enable us to digivolve back into Tanemon, but Tanemon can't enter Greylord's Mansion. So what are we going to do about that? We can't digivolve to Tanemon and then try and enter Greylord's Mansion. That just isn't going to work. So what else could we do? I wonder. I mean, we've got Sukamon, a Digimon who can enter Greylord's Mansion, but I don't want to do the rest of Greylord's mansion with Sukamon. If only there was some way that we could go from Sukamon to Digitamon, and in a way where we could somehow end up with Digitamon inside of the Greylord's mansion. I'm thinking, but no ideas are coming to mind. Well, we can at least enter Greylord's mansion at the moment, so I suppose it can't hurt to just at least go there and see if any ideas spring to mind on how we might be able to do the last bit of the game, but with a better Digimon than Sukamon, preferably Digitamon. So since we read the article about Myotismon, if we go in here, we will notice that Myotismon isn't here. If we then go to the place where we found him originally, then your character will acknowledge that Myotismon isn't there either. And if we then attempt to leave the mansion, then we will be approached by Vegiemon. And when I go through the text, there is one text box that I have to pause on because skipping it too quickly can result in my game freezing. So I do have to pause on one of the text boxes for a bit, but I do speed the video up, so hopefully it won't be too bad for you viewers. I can go through the rest of the text at normal speed though. Here we are. And this cutscene with Vegiemon results in us being able to go through a door that we previously couldn't go through. This door here, we couldn't previously go through it, but now we can, now that we've had the cutscene with Vegiemon. And here's a magic trick. Ta-da! We've got Digitamon again, and we're inside of the mansion. Because we entered the mansion with Sukamon, then gave Sukamon a Misty Egg when we were already inside of Greylord's mansion. So Sukamon Digivolved to Digitamon, and we didn't have the issue of having to try and enter Greylord's mansion because we were already inside of Greylord's mansion. So we were able to end up inside of Greylord's mansion with a Digimon who you're not meant to be able to make it into the mansion with. Only Skull Greymon left to defeat. When we speak to Vegiemon and he mentions that we have 100 prosperity points, we won't be presented with a medal, because in order for that to happen, you also need for your Tamer level to go up. But that won't happen because our Tamer level's at the maximum, so you would have to speak to him when your Tamer level isn't at the maximum, and then that would result in your Tamer level going up and you being presented with the medal. But since our Tamer level's at the maximum, we won't be getting the medal, but it doesn't change the fact that we've still achieved 100 prosperity points. All that's left now is to speak to my Ultismon, and that will be us done with this Overpowered Run. If you've watched it all the way through, then I would like to thank you for your time. I would like to thank you for choosing to devote your time to me. I would hope that you liked this Overpowered Run, and if you have any feedback, then I would be very grateful if you could comment on the video and tell me what you thought. That's regardless of whether you have positive feedback or negative feedback or both. I would want to hear from you, because I would want to hear your honest feedback regarding this Overpowered Run. Agumon says everyone's joined. Vegiemon mentions about Analog Man, and then we just have to speak to him about all the Digimon who've joined, and eventually he'll tell us that we've got 100 prosperity points, and then that will be us done. So yeah, I've enjoyed doing these Overpowered Runs for Digimon World. This individual one was my least favourite out of the 4 that I've done for this game. I don't know if you as viewers have seen all of them or some of them, but you know, I'd be very keen to hear what you've got to say regarding these overpowered runs. Yep, 100 prosperity points. So, I thank everyone for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Please do tell me what you thought. And I hope to see you with whatever it is that I do next.